as a matter of pride, the Jews specifically moving to Israel attempted to return to the land. Now, to a certain degree, this was motivated, of course, by the necessity of producing agriculture for this increasing population in the Middle East, but also because it was a reaction to kind of 19th century ideas. Much of the thought in Europe in the 19th century, both on the right wing of the spectrum and the left wing of the spectrum, as both of these areas were developing, kind of like looked down on any people or population that was not specifically connected to agriculture. There was this idea, for example, if you look towards socialism, there was this idea that, you know, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of the land was somehow healthier, more normal, more, you know, honest, as it were, than commerce. Because commerce, after all, deals with buying things cheaply and then artificially selling them for a higher price. That's how commerce works. And for much of the medieval period as well, there's been this kind of disdain for commerce. It was always considered some kind of sharp behavior or shrewd behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit and sought to regulate it. It was the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the correct amount that an object may be, you know, inflated in value in order to cover the costs of the seller, or the person who is the middleman. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup was considered more or less normal, but there are so many reasons to avoid that or get around that. So, at any rate, so on the left, you have this idea that Jews, being a traditionally urban people for much of their diaspora history, were somehow, you know, like economically unhealthy or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the folk, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race, that somehow the character of a people was formed by their connection with the land, that somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character. The Italians with their things, and the, you know, Northern European Aryans with their things, and that was like part of like what it meant to be a person. Was you developed a culture that you had somehow imbibed by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews, of course, did not have this attachment to the land, and so therefore they were somehow unhuman. They were like not human in the same way as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. And we see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial projects in the Americas, in the Russian Empire, and so on, where there's like encouragement for Jews to engage in farming. And they largely succeeded. I mean, for Israel's agricultural output is really impressive and so on. But it contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with a profitable endeavor. First is that, you know, Jews are frequently expelled from a given region. France expelled the Jews, I think it was 4 times in the 14th century or 3 times in the 14th century. It was every other generation you could be expelled from your land. But if you had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, then of course it was completely gone, because it's hard to run with 40 acres on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews, not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because who's to say that you'll be able to keep that land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed of it? Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty, and you're picking, carrots apart from each other so they all grow at the best rate. I mean, my gosh, you would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand. Really, really hard work. And, if the crops go bad, forget about it. So lots of reasons why Jews would not want to go into agriculture, and a lot of reasons why other forms of property would work. Now, the last and perhaps the most important thing, in many ways, that started with this idea really, is the fact that the Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to become farmers, and Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because the way much of medieval Europe thought, people occupied roles in society not so much by their individual identities as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or in America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very caste-like, almost like the Hindu system of Varna, not really as extreme, but in that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically, and then below them, this map is not to scale, a huge massive amount of peasants. Right? Those are three basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants. Right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming and defending the border at the same time, so the peasants, and to a certain degree the nobles, provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. If it sounds a little bit like a protection racket, you might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is supposed to work. The vassals, the lower classes, and class is not precisely the right word, but close, owed fealty to higher classes, who in return had to protect them. That was kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was parallel to a certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking about Catholic Western Europe, although much of this is broadly generally true for the Eastern world as well. And below the Pope in a hierarchical structure are the clergy. You've got a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on, and they occupy slightly different roles. And below them, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down.
There she is. How you living, girl?
The Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and
you seem sad. What's up?
As appropriate. And salvific acts.
You seem sad, but what's going on?
Classes to achieve their place in heaven. In return, the lower classes, the Christians in general, and then upwards of clergy and the Pope provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system.
What's wrong?
Now, you might ask, when you look at these two structures,
Why are you sad?
I'm not sad right now. I'm okay. I'm gonna be asleep.
Okay,
I'm gonna be happy.
absolutely. Get comfortable. We'll be here all night.
you might ask, well, who is ultimately in charge? And in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some periods it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region. But on a philosophical level, one could make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society, and the Church sometimes was ascendant, and this meant that there were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interests of the Pope took precedence, which was typically, but not uniformly, bad for the Jews, as we shall see. This is essentially how the corporal medieval structure of society looked. But now the biggest question you may have is, where do the Jews fit in? What box do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture, so they're neither of those boxes. They're not the clergy and they're not Christians, so where do they fit? So here's where Jews fit in. That's really important. They occupy a position which was later called servi camerae regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. The Jews ultimately ended up becoming specifically subservient only to the king. And that was largely because of their economic role in society. Here's a really beautiful piece that probably does not depict two Jews, although they're engaged in a classically Jewish occupation. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there. There's also, by the way, that's a little interesting sort of peek in the mirror of the artist probably looking on as he paints this picture. But the idea of this image, which is a 16th century Dutch work, this is a money changer and his wife. If you looked at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure, who exactly is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in coin? The peasants certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant barrels of wheat and hides of foxes and things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of days per week or per month farming the king's large land holdings or the nobles' land holdings, or the most valuable type, but the hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions were effected with barter, and when they paid their taxes, they paid it typically either in kind, their agricultural output, or in the sweat of their brow by actually working for the king. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as servi camerae regis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves, maybe, of the royal chamber, which, because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of this very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are paid directly to the king, with no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box in that corporate structure that I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because they produce that money. I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, that just like we saw when we talked about the Jewish communal structure in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community. Meaning, if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leaders in the Kehillah, and they would forward the correct amount to the king directly. You yourself were basically unknown to the king. There were exceptional individuals. We'll talk about them very much later, the so-called court Jews. But otherwise, it was done entirely on a communal fashion. And the Jews had this ambiguous position where, on the one hand, because they produced so much of this cash, they were very valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risk if they were to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being Rabbi Kamarareges actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, some pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, and if the king was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that revenue stream. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in eschatological history by people like St. Augustine, saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business acumen. So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First, in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance. Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to farming, right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion. But the blue routes are the ones that are associated with the Radhanites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these Radhanites, who were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the known world at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places. People don't necessarily know you there. You've got to get your goods over land or over sea. All kinds of things can go wrong, but the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over there. The markup can be massive, and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods, and the ship sank, causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician, which he turned out to be very well at, and also as an unpaid rabbi. But these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount of possibility for profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have to schlep across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make much smaller journeys on your behalf, especially as you become a much more established salesman. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They're seen to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic areas where you have, everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rules of warring regions. And the Jews have a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers, and the Jews were not at all the only international merchant agents, but they did have a decided advantage which made them disproportionately important to international trade. This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they may not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation for price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system, and maybe even more important than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. If you can imagine even today walking, if you ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk long before it was as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really will buy it, all kinds of things like that. You might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition, with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately in a financial endeavor, then you have a whole system, a whole structure that allows it to take place. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iraq, he would feel extremely out of place, especially after the Crusades. Oh my gosh, extremely unwelcome. He would not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and would be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protection from being robbed and so on to allow him to do business. The Jews have these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, but I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the Beis Yaakov of Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the Arctic Circle and the North Pole, and he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep in the sofa in the living room, and that's just the way it was because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing is pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews are able to travel with much more reliance on haknasat orchim, on the hospitality extended to guests and so on, and this was a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geographies with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, like that, almost always the first things they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the, right? And they start to immediately try to develop a web of connection that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. So you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items that Jews were selling were luxury items from the East, like perfumes, glassware, still very expensive, silks, and the spices we already talked about, the silk root, the spice root from the East. And these things would be brought towards the West, and Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have your ships full both ways. So if you're traveling out to the east, you have goods from the west to sell to the east, and then you can bring things back from the west. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. 5th to 7th century. 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of the 7th century is when Islam really starts taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural, political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the west to the east a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the west, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the east. And here's where the more controversial element comes in. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the Sin of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves, and Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews but by non-Jews as well, so now the Jews become much more important in the slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule, that is in the south part of the Spanish Portuguese peninsula, in places like Grenada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small, right? Only a small number of Jews were engaged in international commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was in slaves. But Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this trade, and they were definitely dwarfed by the huge amount of slave trade in general by Christians and by Muslims. But on a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish slave traders, but they were again a minority among slavers as a whole, and we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the accepted commercial practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the 21st century, it was not considered especially offensive in the 8th, 9th, 10th century, with the one exception that Christians would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time. In fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word esclav or slave. It's also possible in modern Slavic languages it refers to a very different kind of word like glory, like you say Slava Bohu, glory be to God. But be that as it may, as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there are still larger proportions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in Northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase, and it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my own town. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. It was my father, ROTHSCHILD, rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in remote Ontario. His father is the Alex in the Alex Having the Son. My father is the son there. He ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like we see the pattern talked about last video. And He ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Abramson family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period of Jewish history as well. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending. Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, and Shakespeare, his famous play here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21, it says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, and non-Jews are not brothers. They are in the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there are some Jewish thinkers who argued that that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Others disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there were very, very few minorities of any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to technically lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing for each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A 4th century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a gemach, kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. You have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor. They're not actually bringing in coin, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century, the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. It actually has to do with cum in terms of blood relations. But the Law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest. Which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last two segments about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, uh, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. Um, and some cities would simply um, negotiate in advance a law de non tolerantes judaeus, that Jews were not allowed to settle there. More likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there, they would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can uh, sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various type of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the tasks that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to compete with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like the nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money, and so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense if you're living like it's like you can have banker's hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility. And it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? The Serve Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure that held it together. But that's hundreds of years later in the period we're talking about. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment because, we all have credit cards and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. When you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge, and every month you're saying, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing, for stuff I bought a long time ago and already, gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from the peasants when, they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, you can't control the peasants in these terms. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go-around or loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary. And the nobility and even the king, however, can show resentment, because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like for example, if they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel the Jews and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews, then they have no more source of credit. They need credit to keep their economy growing. So then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money. It becomes too much. They expel the Jews, and they enter into this cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulated through money lending can be quite ephemeral, because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of these classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved. Because in Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called propinatia, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having, a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts you'll see in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root: the exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they purchased. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to end? Largely, the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but a small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pieta are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced. That there is no, now that the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking, there is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash that the Monte Pieta are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of lending to nobles, Jews were more likely to lend to local peasants, so they could buy, spoons and things like that. And there were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who would really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point, and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who is much more local and had much less strenuous demands for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, that the monthly dieta would make no sense for you. So this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banking process. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would feed a growing anti-Semitic surge that is going to be the topic of next week's lectures. That anti-Semitic surge would ultimately overwhelm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east, and it is to that subject that we will turn next week. For now, I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent week. The great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Um, let's have a look, though, at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea. And we're going to specifically look at the medieval period. And then in the next two lectures, we'll look at the two major charges that developed in the medieval period, specifically the blood libel and the desecration of the host. But first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, and he was seeking a replacement for a common term at the time known as Judenhass, or Judenfeinde, meaning hatred of Jews. It was kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se, he is against something called Semitism. Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages in like Hebrew into a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled in English, at any rate, with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors, or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we're using the term anti-Semitism without the hyphen and without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards in time. I will do it anyways. I'm going to speak about anti-Semitism, even though, more strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages of this bias against Jews that historians have identified, and the use of the term anti-Semitism is really not correct. effect when you're trying to fully direct context. But let's quickly look at those four levels because I want to put them in the context of the medieval period, which is our focus for today. The first of the four broad stages is what I'd like to call ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric because the Romans and the Greeks, although many of the writers had some really nasty things to say about Jews, they seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire the kind of bizarre, manic quality that we'll be looking at in the next two lectures in particular. It's more like a, if you will, a normal kind of hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. It's kind of the human condition that we frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look different from us or behave differently and so on. So it's kind of like, it's not nice, but it's more normal. When you get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the first century and onward, you have a specifically theological antipathy to Jews that we discussed a little bit in the lecture on Versus Judaeos, which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue forums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway break off to form another synagogue, certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible, they wouldn't let us have Kiddush Club, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these two groups. The third period is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier two stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is where we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road the can of discussing anti-Semitism until we talk about the modern period, but in reality it involves two basic ideas. The introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute a separate race rather than a different religious group, and that's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory, the idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this diabolical plot to overturn the world. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christian anti-Judaism and unlike medieval Jew hatred, does not need any religious mooring to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can survive massive cultural challenges, such as, for example, the decline in religion that occurs from the 18th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those are the four main periods, and we're going to focus on the medieval period. So what are the basic characteristics of medieval Jew hatred? So the first and most obvious element of medieval Jew hatred is demonic ascriptions of Jewish misanthropy. I mean, this phrase just popped into my head because it is so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of peoples. like hatred of other human beings, right? Anthropos is man, just like misogyny is hatred of women, specifically misanthropy is like hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jew hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they will do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of, discomfort. It is such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child in particular to suffer that, where did that come from? That's really demonic and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil, so the term demonic is significant here because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and I think this particular image which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there of hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about these so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that you see nowhere in earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of the charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that we need an excuse to hate the Jews, so let's find some kind of bizarre story to attach to them, and we'll justify it using religion as kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that in some really interesting sort of ironic places is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular movements of medieval Jew hatred, like the ritual murder charges. And saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything, and we want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the mob has been kind of whipped up by this surging belief that the Jews somehow engage in these terrible activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with the previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about the religious differences with a modicum of exchange. You see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the hatred. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit till we talk about Spain in a couple of weeks, you see anti-Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is, up until the 13th century, really a closed text for Christianity, and when it is kind of discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that, and they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century in particular. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous forms. But that anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of like bleed over into the modern period, into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is what teaches Jews about this supposed conspiracy and so on. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains a significant amount of power at this time. And you recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power under the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews in that regard. Secondly, we also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews is born out of this, resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish moneylenders. That's not to say in any way that legal behavior somehow allows for violence. It does speak to the inegalities of the medieval economy, and it's something that people should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this isn't part of the emotional makeup of those who would hate Jews. Finally, one other element which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to discuss in a little more detail at the end of tonight's talk, but the technological advances of information technology in particular, the development of woodcut technology, and eventually the printing press, and the circulation of secular propaganda, which begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church-sponsored. Recall that for medieval people, art was something incredibly precious. We live in an image-saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video. But in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would consider very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder on it. And even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it; they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a little miniature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has a significant impact, I would argue, on the social media spread of these ideas. I feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be patently obvious. The charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities, for whatever bizarre reason, God forbid, kidnapped children and abused and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly, it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day, all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and it remains so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how the blood libel spread throughout Europe. Let me clarify for a second. The term ritual murder emerges out of the very first one of these charges, which occurred in 1144 in Norwich, England. And in that particular story, in which a young child was found murdered and the Jews were blamed for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. Later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically and most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from his child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together, ritual murder and the blood libel or the blood accusation. Here you can see in this very useful map, which comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, the number indicates the century. So Norwich there has the first in 1144. The lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So there were, in London there was one in the 12th and two in the 13th century. And then from England, it's exported to the continent, and in particular in Germany and North Italy, you see a lot of it happening over the 13th, 14th, 15th century. And then it moves even further east out through Poland in particular, the Czech lands, Hungary, and all the way out into Russia and Ukraine. And as you can see, the round numbers indicate 19th and 20th century blood libels that continue to even our own times. Here is an illustration actually in a church. It's I believe some kind of wall painting in Norfolk, England, that shows the young William who is being tortured by Jews. You notice that he has a halo around his head indicating that he is acquired holiness. And in fact, many of the children who were associated with these blood libel and ritual murders were venerated. Their relics were preserved and were the site of quite a bit of religious pilgrimage and so on. And as we shall see, sometimes even beatified. And you can see the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the side of the child, which is an obvious echo of Jesus' wounds as well. What is definitely not correct in this representation is that when William Norfolk's body, he was 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, there's a specific reference that he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. And some scholars who have studied this very first ritual murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was not wearing pants, that he was in fact sexually assaulted and then strangled thereafter. To the degree to which we are able to reconstruct what happened, it appears that this unfortunate young child was accosted by a pedophile who abused him and then murdered him. And after the body was found, a hue and cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child. And people were looking for a scapegoat, and the Jews, who had only been in Norwich for about 9 years when this occurred, they were the most likely people to be blamed. And so what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the secular authorities, but the story would not die down, and later there was public violence, as we shall see, happens frequently in the context of this. Now, this is really the beginning of the ritual murder blood libel charge in 1144, but there are ironically some ancient parallels. The historian Josephus rebuts an argument by an early anti-Semite named Appian, who suggested that Jews kidnap and murder a Greek child, right, as in a Hellenistic period, a Greek child as part of their religion, and kill him and so on. But there seems to be no connection between what Appian had to say back then and what happens 1,000 years later. We also see, ironically, that early Christians were accused of killing children for religious purposes. Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 2nd century, complains about the way in which the Christians are being abused with this slander. And this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state religion or has any power to speak of. So it is it's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples of this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of enduring imaginary power that the ritual murder and blood libel charges have been for Jews. William of Norwich is where we start our story. Now, what are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous woodcut depicting the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually noted the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the ruel, with the round symbol that was used to identify them as Jews. Very useful thing in our history. One of them on the left has the Jewish horned hat that was also used in art to depict Jews. And of course, at the center of the image is the young Simon being tortured by the Jews, and his blood is being retrieved in that pan at the bottom that represents the blood libel. Common elements. They usually happen around Easter or Passover time for several reasons. The most obvious being that Easter is, of course, the time of the Christian religious calendar that commemorates the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And so the idea that this is so important for Christians, it must also be really important for Jews. And therefore the ascription of the Jews must be paying attention to this, and they might want to also reenact this particular event. Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to get rid of all leavened products. You have to bake fresh, ritual foods, the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christians may wonder, why are they so wrapped up about this? And in particular, the requirement that every Jew have 4 cups of wine on Passover. And so the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so that the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is somehow, related to Christian blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood. And one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular show. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy rather than in the sense of like great. The imitation of the passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, Simon is of course held in a cruciform position as well. The use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when you look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things associated with it. There was a widespread belief that Jews had an unusual stench, the Foetor Judaeus, and that the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood. It was regarded as an aphrodisiac, and in fact, there's some remarkable references to Christians seeking out some of this aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews, saying, we won't tell anyone. Can we please have some of this Christian blood? Which, I can only imagine what it would be like to be approached with that kind of request. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagination could tolerate. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Simon of Trent, because, of course, Christians would not be circumcised. But since this is supposed to be an imitation of the Passion, and Jesus was, of course, circumcised, and actually his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for much of the medieval period, which was like 8 days after Christmas. So the young child would be circumcised as well, and that was part of the gory litany of the description that occurs in so many of these cases. There's often an apostate informer involved, meaning that somehow there is a Jew who converts to Christianity, who often will reveal the secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though they are complete fabrications. And this is, contributes to the tremendous, hostility that the Jewish liturgy bears to such informers, because you can have, a Jewish community just, trucking along, just minding their own business, and some Christian, like new Christian, some Jew who had converted to Christianity could go up to the church or to one of the nobles and say, hey, my former community are plotting to murder a child, to kidnap a child. They don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say that a crime was committed in order to rise up these horrible passions and to wreak havoc on the community. So these are kind of some of the major elements that you often see. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church, including the popes, frequently intervened at Jewish request to quell the popular sentiment associated with ritual murders and blood libels. That they issued bulls, they issued declarations saying, no, it's not true. Jews do not drink blood, they don't kill Christian children, they don't do these things. But on the other hand, the community, the laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that were frequently illiterate themselves and couldn't even read the bulls if it was handed to them, these things had a momentum of their own. And so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity went unknown for centuries. The church has to try and placate the need of the community to mark the passing of these children who died in such horrible ways. So it's an unusual kind of moment for the church, as we shall see. In the case of Simon of Trent, this is another representation of him that we see in this woodcut. He was beatified, but not canonized, which I don't know exactly what the difference is in Catholic theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but he did not reach the top level. He did not reach sainthood and so on, even though there are hundreds of miracles that are somehow associated with Simon of Trent after the murder in the 15th century. He was only removed from the official martyrology of the Roman Catholic Church in 1965 in association with Vatican II and the reforms that happened after the Holocaust. So it's very hard for the church to kind of like, as a massive cruise ship, it's very hard to kind of change directions once it has been moving in one direction for a long time. Now, regarding the persistence of this very noxious myth, we've already seen how it has spread, all across Europe and moving from west to east. We see some really dramatic 20th century cases, including an abortive case even here in New York State, where a child disappeared for about 24 hours. She got lost in the forest, and then she found her way out. But the local police in the 1920s actually went and questioned the rabbi of Messina, New York, saying, did you guys kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes, right? That's 20th century New York, United States of America. So it has like incredible, staying power with the modern imagination. Fortunately, the child found her way out of the forest, and the whole thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they would even think that they should go to the rabbi and say, where's the child you kidnapped? Anyway, one of the more famous blood libel cases in 1911, the Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial for the murder of a young child. And after 2 years of an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs. They watched with incredulity that this modern Russian Empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and an argument, they were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty of the crime, and he was released. More significantly, however, the Nazis, of course, made great use of the ritual murder charge. This is their pornographic magazine, Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper. You can see in big red letters here in this 1934 edition, the Jewish murder plan against non-Jews, and so on. And you can see the picture here with all these children hung upside down, and these demonic-looking Jews catching the blood in a pan, very much like we saw with Simon of Trent. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the idea of the blood libel. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist painter named Giovanni Gasparo, who literally in 2020, this is 21st century, painted this modern impression of the murder of Simon of Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with obvious anti-Semitic iconography, and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here with this incredible and audacious lie, but there it is. The host desecration is a little bit of a twist on the ritual murder blood libel charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century for reasons that we will discuss right now. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, there you go, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do these things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately had extremely untoward circumstances. So what exactly is going on here? in Catholic ritual, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert of this, in the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics, under certain circumstances, are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in the Eastern Church. It's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer adheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. But what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onward in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act, because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to, reenact the Passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host wafer. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved. So now we have a Christian who is a traitor. And you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church. And as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those round things on the table there, into his bag, as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host from the church. And in the right panel, he goes to the Jews, who are so marked by the ruelle. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artists of Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table, upon which the Torah is read in the typical synagogue. And the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the Ten Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but meant to sort of evoke a vaguely Hebraic look. While they stab the host with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow, actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door when the authorities say, hey, what's going on in there? And so the Jews scoop up the wafers and they try to get rid of the evidence on the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke, where they are caught by waiting angels. Like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regards to the church's ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered. The authorities come in. They cut heads off. They torture the Jews. They set them on fire. And they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels, but that's essentially the typical story of a host desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from the host for the fear that this kind of violence would erupt. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really kind of lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. Um, France and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped host desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control. These kind of popular upsurges of, you know, religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then, torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigiosus that can grow on the specific types of wafers that were commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so you can imagine that, they're holding these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up and sees that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. You can see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more inner credulity to believe the whole story than to believe the ritual murder and the blood libel charge, and that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. I believe it was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises. And so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time ROTHSCHILD, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, let's say God forbid, the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would, hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what ROTHSCHILD was intended for. We actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk and you say, here, kid, and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century host desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table. And on one side, they're eating the Seder. On the other side, they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner. Just shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that it even appears in the 20th century. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to more social history, specifically with the history of Jewish women. Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. I'm going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. But I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either, until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you will recall, when we were discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really teshuvot literature, because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this teshuvah literature all about, this responsive literature all about? Is anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halacha, the decision of Jewish law in a case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsa literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from the marriage, assets from the marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are like kind of like telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsa literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsa literature, about something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsa literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsa literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period is essentially the backdrop of the responsa literature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more. And this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo. And for some 500 years, they're piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. And when they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be, sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsa literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish women historical perspective that was published I think about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just tossed in the Geniza when they're no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but primus inter pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written or sometimes how they were not written also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that for the women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing alone. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. And more about that later. So this is we don't have like autobiographies of women from medieval period until we get till the 17th century, really, with the remarkable Gwynneth of Hammond, who really don't have, a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have, texts that form the basis of Jewish law, of halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, or the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, singular. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying two wives and two handmaidens and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershom Hagola had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Geniza documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbeinu Gershom also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are um, not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for this, scholars dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing, the so-called cherem. And we use the term ban, but really it means kind of like an excommunication, where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbeinu Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regards to electronic communications, like to what degree are texts and tweets and emails private, and is the metadata, the information on the outside of the envelope, private? Can it be used in an employment dispute? All kinds of things. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage, that in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. Now, that's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have, a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than anything imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you, and almost American English today, uh, but they would have at least literacy in that language. Uh, Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than the surrounding population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. They're part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that it seems to me is in Tractate Sota. Yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. it happens after all of her merits are used up, they're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the Tractate Sota, says, oh, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. And another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end run around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinions for much of the Middle Ages lean towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, when we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there are some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. And we'll even see, as we get a little bit later into the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than their non-Jewish peers of this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law. One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. according to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. But and that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there's a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to um, men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Uh, Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about um, class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. So marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparayim, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, were collapsed, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after. Given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together. Society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet someone else and all kinds of things can happen that really are a disaster for marriage. So it became much more practice to put these two together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which women get immersed in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvaot is very much associated with the early community. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immersed, and then regular relations would resume as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy. As I mentioned earlier, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like es christelt sich, es jiddelt sich, which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh, and basically this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be uh, bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else, to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who were engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like, how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? At any rate, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain multi-marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently they would actually like own these for communities or for families, and they would be used for the ceremony, for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the underside of it, and it has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous work from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular, because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsa literature is the disputes between half siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of like bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. We'll have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew, or levirate marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of like abandoned to their own devices. So, unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval, as the Bible does. That there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then she removes a shoe from his foot, and there's, like, again, the communal opprobrium and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after the brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe, is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority and how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbi Gershom's demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the sign here is a get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so, and this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an aguna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an aguna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Um, Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in Response literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, coerce something out of the wife, like child custody or payment of debts or distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period. Even though it's much smaller than we see it today, it is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this particular situation. I would like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. You should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so that it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is at the hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There's a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives, and has after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well, as in this terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. Very unusually graphic depiction. Stealing the very valuable clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, I've spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula, looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the seam of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. And you can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You'll recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula, but then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the uh, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is um, a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community. And it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s was really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment is very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of like cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment when we talk about the Barcelona disputation, which is right now. So when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage, and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote, a pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we've borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up and vice versa. And so as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets of Judaism and, in fact, Christianity. Now, it was impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate the validity of Christianity and to encourage, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills with Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially, well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides is known, Moses, the son of Maimon. So this is Moses, son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days. And we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected. And this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really, he made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, this defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather a brilliant feint that made much of the rest of the argument, very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made working with the transcripts of the talk, and it's really quite dramatic in general. But nevertheless, at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins, and then said to him, "I believe you should leave Spain at this point," because essentially that's saying, "I can't protect you." And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made the very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny, tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the Conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Tzfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But Many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay like. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zahar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world. Uh, Nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from or when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism, and it was deeply inspirational throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. So that was one very strong element of kind of Spanish intellectual export from the period. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translation, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France, where there was a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language, a Hebrew-speaking population, and really generating a lot of cultural ferment around this. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa was filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom were Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. There's this couple of things that happen in the 14th century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the strong Jewish communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, and of course Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews and things like that that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks in Catalonia, but the peninsula as a whole tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty anti-Jewish attacks. There is, however, a couple of host desecration charges that follow in its wake. You recall we spoke about this a few weeks ago, the false charge that Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you will have like mass riots afterwards. So in Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no great upheaval after that. But when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, he was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews. They lose a major supporter, and perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before, just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5% per annum. So you said to the person, hey, listen, give me $100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money lending. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these, check cashing places and things like that charge very high interest. There's still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength, and along with it, their political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against the Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms, really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them: communal resentment. There's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades, even the host desecration charges. But a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies, or in this case, they are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating, from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there is kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to, partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. At any rate, the rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, meaning he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself off some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there is this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism onto many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. Now, as I mentioned in a previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, the church has an ambiguous attitude about this, because on the one hand, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine of Hippo as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase b'di'evet, it takes effect, and the person who is baptized is now in fact a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid and unbeknownst to his parents. And then years later, the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation in Spain because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This is largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important because for much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. And you also have at this time, besides Jews who were forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, who converts. He becomes Pablo de Santa Maria. He eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the Disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the Disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred years after the wave of pogroms and forced conversion, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive, indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what, if God just stands by while all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Milano population, the term Milano, by the way, is a derogatory term. It means swine. A more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. There's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later on. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. We have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture. And they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still eating kosher food, and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is the a discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood, a legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we'll have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there is a distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish background. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. After 1391, after 1414, with the end of the Tortosa Disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban, so they have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community. And nevertheless, though, they are having tremendous advantages, and they are displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy. Because hey, look at this, they're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. And when you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say that one's a Jew and that one's a Jew and so on, it's a very kind of disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors. Whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past, that rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out. And the prospect of, trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts. And incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that Isabella and Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment where, a Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who were also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple of decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arbues, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on. But they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to obtain, they had to deal with. So just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which are truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and see them there. These are three examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath that are hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where you have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in auto da fe, or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, or conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World. Really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely a horrific kind of environment that gripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, who in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala is shown in the black robe, wildly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtiers' faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented, but he refused to convert. Unlike, as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son Rabbi Melamed, son-in-law, who decided they would rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much. Let's go back to the land of Israel. And although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. And we may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman Jewish wars. The first major Roman Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense and occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with, punitive taxation and the redirection of the machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations, Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the prince, or patriarchate as it's sometimes called. And you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature, because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Robert Mogachi, he actually wrote a few atlases. And I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending, half of the people who lived in. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank, or if I use the term Gaza and Shomron, where I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of, I think, one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim. the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to the land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Gila Kadisha to Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who seemed to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically, because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact that the multiplicity of gods tends to accept the idea that some other people I'll take you. Jews did rebel, in particular against the Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began in Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the first Roman Jewish war. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. And so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the lunisolar discrepancy by adding a leap month on a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that
ain't nobody crying. I'll take you there.
the calendar.
Ain't nobody
So
worried.
this meant
I'll take
that
you there.
all Jews would be linked
No
together
smiling
in
faces.
a
I'll take you
singular
there.
cycle of worship.
And to the
Passover on the
races.
same day,
Take
Yom
you there.
Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures,
I'll take
that
you there.
represents a rift in time that would
I'll
add
take
to
you there.
the extant rift in space that we already experienced
I'll
since the
take you
first
there.
century. So by determining a fixed calendar
take
that
you there.
was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title. I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early, but when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to, prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there was one important center there as well. But it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you'll recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that it's not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud, that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. Because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and with several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation. But there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century, under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in the north, and you see, for example, that several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the ark holding the Torah, and the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeled in there, and he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22. But there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand, Abraham," and so on. And there's appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a rather short skirt. I think for the ancient period, you always imagine they were wearing longer skirts, but who knows what these rules were back then. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art where you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that took place in the 5th and 6th century. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that would be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart of the temple courtyard. That was, and most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt, and there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century, and you can see here that it's called Jinn of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem is the only capital of the Jewish people ever. That this is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. And I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is in modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Urdun. I'm not exactly sure where Urdun is, but that's kind of fascinating. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel, and then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which would once again be Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea, or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? And go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman-style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many folds. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans. But it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever mono-ethnic. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century. But there has always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living in at this time, we get a sense from when the Pact of Weimar was imposed in the 8th century. For example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Weimar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that we begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular, then moving to the city of Lamia. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, would be Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, of African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonate in Babylonia. But for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nekudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it would take us too far afield from our narrow focus on the Jews. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming, and fairly small number of people massacred at their feet, of their horses, and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they're finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic view from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. The Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold in slavery. There was a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period, after he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is, again, one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is, in fact, one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, but especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Lunel from southern France, who made his way to Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came, Later in the 13th century, we found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko. And also something similar we have from the Rabbi Ovadia Bartanura. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the nation. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat. From the region by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rabbi Bartanura, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, a tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora.
This really was not as hard as you made it out to be. Let's just get out of here and not put on her glaucoma sunglasses to look like terrorists. The burden's gone. Is this what eyes are supposed to feel like? Here, take those off. Oh my God! You got a black, tiny little party rubble eyes. When's the last time you got your ears checked? I thought if you shampoo them every night, you didn't have to get them checked.
How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. You know, I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we could discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, right? That's the, you have to laugh because we're also familiar with it. But it is it's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Whitmire Barlow, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That you look back at Jewish history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes called it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that, the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they are, horribly persecuted with pogroms, and then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted again with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain. We've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges of blood libels. I mean, what a meshuvah thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break, and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So there's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. And one of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Rabbi, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction, to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the, kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, with the Holodomor, some incredibly horrible things happened to so many people. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so, be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again, it's not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, But the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. And so when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, why nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, they may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there are certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance, a ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with peoples of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors of society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerae regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of the medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in university was Professor Alan Davies, who was a specialist in the history of church anti-Semitism, and he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards, obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist, as long as they, accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims, and from time to time they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Umar allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries, and this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming, so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is, a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural impetus is impeti. Probably not. Sorry for getting distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversions, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declines so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din veles dayan," and there was leis dayan, leis din. There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when the genocide really was possible. It's only ironically really possible in a secular intellectual environment, practically. So these ideas of the Pacte Lamar and Doctrine and Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of Jewish people. Thank you again for being here.
There's one other thing you should know. One of the pilots only trained in this Lucy's son. Goose? The guy who just spent 35 years boarding. Oh, yeah, Goose. Yeah, great too. Thanks for the heads up. Welcome to Top Gun. Our mission? Destroy a uranium enrichment plant in that unnamed country that is our enemy. Hey, I want to train those guys. To complete this mission, I propose we fly a
Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of the Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here in this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, people in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait of the Bosphorus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the endpoint of today's video, it becomes named Istanbul. It becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor and the Balkans and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onward. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called golden mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are acceptable. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to a mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century that was kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink that was done on kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well, and he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of a stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There's actually two distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of cast out human shakut with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy at this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among members of Eastern Orthodox peoples like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples, like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subota. There's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly stated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Alex, may rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders, but outside of Constantinople there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the Greece and the Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of, conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring an entirely new period in Jewish history, would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you again for
forgive yourself, become a better person, then everyone is excited about the fact that you've changed. Yeah, and imagine the world that we could be living in if this experience was available to so many of the people that are committing crimes. So many of these people who have never had accepted any kind of psychedelic experience have never really confronted their own reality in that way. How many of them would change their ways? I would imagine a great deal. You bring up a very important point that I've been thinking about a lot. We talk about using psychedelics and psilocybin and other substances for treating people who have trauma.
So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters. Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, you don't like very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married or, God forbid, getting divorced or birth of a child or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now. And in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because there's lots of great research that's psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and end to a story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story, embedded in the English word history. It's not in the journals, the Shikta, or in the Hebrew, or the Yamin, but, well, it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks in time, why these 3, why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. When I say Western, I mean, this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions absorbed. This is kind of like the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, we've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. It came crashing down with the realization of, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did, with the brutality of that conflagration, and then, of course, how much more so with World War II and the genocide of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into 3 areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this book. And in between these 2 ages, the ancient and the modern, we have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, that's the right word, I guess, chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline of the generation. So you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus and the receiving of the Ten Commandments and amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau. And then they slip again, and then, okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim, and then the Amorai, and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on until we get to where we are, which, in terms of our theological closeness to God, is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant reason that it become critical. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also, political change, huge political change, the era of revolution, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then, progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those parts to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works again, more and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet, digital communication. But that's enough for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who are living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World was now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century, in our own lifetimes, in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. So you use the gender of man because that was feminism and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to it. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is truth. That there's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text, like the Bible, that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what, let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something like you have to take on faith, which was considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent in the 19th century onward, and I might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around which people said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolution. You have that as well happening, especially in 1900 onward. All of these things affect the Jews just as much they influenced Christians. These are things that, and then by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. And Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world, beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos in this series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They're almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating to get to. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular. Because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history, in modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. So you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, who made their way to Portugal, thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it's a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at the risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it, and the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside but Jews secretly inside? Should they find something totally different? So this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So, just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanos, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Rabbi, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. It's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitanus. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. But I'm also a proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. Taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who are very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. And as you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist. Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue. It's fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in the following months. Thank you very much.
What we can prove is like the Johns Hopkins New York University study that religious belief systems are enhanced in the use of psilocybin, which totally makes sense. So we can argue about the powers, but we can't. We have really good scientific methodology now for analyzing the effects of psilocybin. It is profound. It's profound. It's not. What's coming up really is us talking about it before. A bunch of pictures of mushrooms and trying to find out. There's some better ones I know, but it's not. And if we can't find them.
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration
the ones that I've seen are far clearer than that.
Patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they lived. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what will be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of it. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map. In the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population, actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in a circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century are increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically crossed the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Sfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with these green arrows. That's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions, and they're leaving not only from Spain but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail in this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia, but it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they've heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America. And roughly equal amounts, this map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924, 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking to you in further videos. Thanks for watching.
Many generations. We gave birth to artificial intelligence. I don't think artificial intelligence is properly named. I think it's a form of natural intelligence. We just have re-amplified it exponentially. What do you think artificial intelligence means in terms of the future of the human race? Well, that's a great question, too, because about the 10 people who asked this robot, questions, they were all data mining. Who was the best baseball player in history, and, hit the most home runs. It was all like data mining. So,
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews.
Have not come to a point where they actually can create something. I found that really interesting. I thought they were creating, but
they had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture, and quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important leader. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Taipei, which is a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Hai Tian, this Jewish guy from Taipei, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person, this king who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Hai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing this with Hai Tian, and Hai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist, and it would be St. John the Baptist's day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Hai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, were the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Etienne thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Etienne was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had fascinating onto its own right. Now, from Etienne's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. But apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went to discuss it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in Jewish, or the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get mixed up. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than the Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of Common Era. I'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from the early 18th century Jesuit. Father Domingue visited it, and he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times. That it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. Quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there's clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. They also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road. You can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, fascinating individual, who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Greenland, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper. This was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the Spice Road. the document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer who's traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China. There's a long history. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jews, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers which are facsimile themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block is another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one is 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and these people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. And this memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Israel Moshe. And that Israel Moshe, the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD, he was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education, and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Jiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of Kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They did not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things, where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jews. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obedience, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in tradition. Very problematic. So, how did the Jews of Kazakh deal with this? Very clever. You would say in Yiddish, Yiddish right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element, and then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because they had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. And Hebrews, that's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. So it's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th and 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam was, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? Oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women, and then Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th century. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll arrestor that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not intent. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. You know, the letter Vav overused, that's the word anti, but and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into this 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kaifeng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for the community to last, although the Kaifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will come up in the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I want you to know I really respect it. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
Neuropathies from the constriction of the nervous system, vasoconstriction, etc. Psilocin is not only anti-inflammatory but neurogenerative. And to have this coupled together, I think that the nootropic vitamins of psilocybin, as a daily consumable, is something that has a great future potential. Of course, we need to study this. But long-term clinical studies are inherently very expensive. A short time stay in a hospital for one huge event might be expensive for that day, but it's easier to design a clinical study that has a short period than a long period. I think that we're beginning to see now. We think about 8 million Americans consuming psilocybin in 2023, according to the RAND report. What was the reduction in crime for those 8 million people? If we could have studied that, and there are retroactive studies, analyses that show a reduction of crime associated with psilocybin use, but in real time, that's something I'm very excited about. Could you reduce crime rates? And moreover, when you're immunologically, when you're depressed emotionally or immunologically depressed, And when you're happier, you're more creative, you're exercising, your immune system is upgrading. So the community immunity from psilocybin, I think, is a huge potential. It's a crossover directly between your mental, your neuroscape, and your immunological state.
Unquestionable, right? The diminishing of stress.
And this is why it
Found benefits physiologically.
Yeah, clinical study just came out, Compass Pathways, the treatment-resistant depression. The analysis that came out that showed modest increase or decrease in depression. But they were doing treatment-resistant depression, and congratulations for them for putting the money where their mouth is and didn't put the study. But treatment-resistant depression is a failure of 2 antidepressant drugs and therapy. And so, but major depressive disorder is a much bigger bucket. And so I think there are some extreme conditions that we're not going to find a signal from the noise that's significant enough to make a big difference. But the idea of titrating psilocybin or psilocybin, maybe after a hero's journey, and then after remembering, you revisit those same neurological pathways that gave you an advantage by taking psilocybin, the act of taking it again, you're remembering, and then you can nurture these neurons. I think psilocybin could be nutrients for the neurons.
Let's, in an effort to make this a standalone podcast, let's explain what we're talking about. Because what we're talking about is Terence's Stone Age theory. And his theory involved a lot of contributing factors. One of them being climate change. And the theory was that as the rainforest receded into grasslands, you get more ungulate animals, and they leave behind poop. And that these lower primates find these mushrooms that are growing on the poop and they experiment with them. And that the ones that did increased visual acuity, they became more amorous, they were more likely to breed, more creative, the ability to form sentences, glossolalia, associate sounds with objects and concepts. And that this is probably how language formed among humans. And Terence's connection to that, when you look at the timeline of when this was happening, when we know this was happening, which coincides with the growth of the human brain, which over a period of 2 million years doubled in size, which is pretty phenomenal.
200,000 years, it increased massively. So 2 million years on the outer limits, 200,000 in the inner limits.
So in the inner limits, what was the amount of growth?
I think it was 40-50%, something substantial.
200,000 years, 50%.
Yeah.
And what time period was this?
Well, 200,000 years ago.
200,000 years ago. But Homo sapiens in this form existed more than 200,000 years, though, right?
No. Homo sapiens are relatively recent. I believe that the estimates go back and forth depending on what experts are consulting and whatnot. But from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens was a radical jump. That was fairly recent. So
I was under the impression it was more than 300,000 years ago.
It could be 200,000, could be 400,000, but it's our enlargement of our brain is relatively recent. And to give more context, Dennis McKenna and I were just together.
I love that.
Dennis McKenna is a fantastic friend and scientist, and he's such a good man.
Well, he does such a brilliant job of explaining the mechanism behind the Stone Age theory.
Yeah.
I mean, Terence had a great way of talking. He's so interesting to listen to, and his wonderful ideas. But Dennis is like much more of a hardcore scientist.
Dennis is a scientist. He
Breaks it down.
was a philosopher.
Yeah.
And they didn't say McKenna Academy is a nonprofit. I'm just promoting it just because I think they do really, really good work. But this is, the 23 primates eat mushrooms. Almost all mushrooms have maggots in them. Most primates eat maggots. So finding the mushrooms for maggots for food, for protein, two things can be true, right? You can find the maggots, eat the mushrooms, and that can high as a community. But all this, again, just an example of, an example of the art that we see thousands of years ago. We can debate this in the past, but we can test this as a testable hypothesis. It's a theory, no, it's not a hypothesis. We know that psilocybin
stimulates neuron proliferation. Terrence did not have the scientific evidence for that 30 years ago. We now have the evidence for it now. Terrence and Dennis McKenna should go down in evolutionary biology as the two individuals who could see in the far event horizon way before the scientific method. How did they come up with that? Because they were tripping on mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why scientists using psychedelics as a quantum leap. You know, how PCR was invented for
Carrie Mullis.
Yeah, had a trip on LSD.
Yeah,
Craig DNA.
Yeah.
And Stephen Jobs. Silicon Valley is fueled by psychedelic thinkers who are becoming more creative. And I think we have a crisis in creativity. And psilocybin is a way for us to become smarter, more regional, more collaborative.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. And I think we can. This combines psychedelics with AI. We have an opportunity for a quantum leap in the evolution of the human species.
Would you mind explaining time wave zero? Because we kind of glossed over that too.
I'm such a skeptic. Time wave zero is an algorithm that Terrence and Lewis stole moments, I think. Terrence is the only person that I met who could smoke me under the table and then stand up and give an incredibly perfect lecture. I don't know how you can do it. The time wave zero, and I'm sorry for those people who are time wave zero experts, you can criticize me if you wish, I did my ignorance to a degree, is an algorithm that was created that would predict events in history. Would track novelty and episodic events that changed the course of human history. He didn't have the birth of Jesus Christ as a significant event. He was sort of an anti-Christian. I said, Terrence, I don't care if you're Christian or not. The birth of Jesus Christ was a huge friggin' phenomenon and changed the course of history. And then he had the time wave zero would end on December 12th, 2012. And that's when he predicted
December 21st.
Yeah, December 21st, 2012. And that didn't happen.
They sent a license plate that said 12/21/12.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's what I like about Terrence, and I would encourage all prospective scientists, if you don't worry about tenure, if you got a thick skin, dare to be wrong. Because you dare to be wrong a dozen, 20, 30 times, you might be hitting one or two concepts that is game-changing.
Right.
You don't have the fear of failure inhibit your creativity.
But that's a giant problem in the academic world, is that people who do fail get attacked.
Viciously.
Especially when they step outside the lines, they propose something that's novel, they get attacked. This time wave zero thing, like you used to be able to get it. There was an actual program that you could download, you could run it on your own computer.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I talk to Terrence. I go, well, what happens when, you know, the fact that birth of Jesus Christ,
That concept, did you ask him about that?
No, I never figured it out. He goes, well, just adapt the algorithm. I said, okay, then it's not really, it's just something that's constantly adapting itself. So anyhow, it's a thought experiment. And
obviously, I wish he was alive on December 21st, 2012. And what? But maybe we're wrong. Maybe in that timeline, something did happen on December 21st, 2012 that will be recognized in the future.
I doubt it.
Well, this is what I'm getting to. One of the things that did happen in that time frame is the ubiquitous use of social media. It kind of started peaking around 2012. I think there is a real problem with that, with the human race. And I don't necessarily think we recognize things that are constant. You know, I think we just get accustomed to things. Human beings are very adaptable. And we just accept things that this is the way it is. But before that time, you know, when you get to like 2000, you know, just go to 2000, people weren't carrying their phones around staring at them all day. That's a profound change in how we interface with the world.
You know, in Korea now, on the sidewalks, they have red bars that light up to tell you to stop. And too many people are walking out in the street
Just standing there staring at
their phones. So now they look down, they see that
they're so addictive. It's so crazy that we have anything that's that addictive can't be good for you. I don't care if you're getting information all day long. And in the sense of social media, you're getting negative information all day long. So it changes this perspective. Yes. Well, that's the problem we were talking about the media earlier, about the media fueling the stuff. That's their job, unfortunately. In this day and age where no one's buying print journalism, their job is to get you to click on something. And so they have these crazy headlines.
We need to really have a thoughtful discussion about all the issues that we are Yes, and I think we need to disengage with these things that are clickbait. Just don't click on them. The way these things operate is the more you click on them, the more valuable they are. Right? That's the whole business model. Just don't engage with it. And we need to teach people that. Like, this is an important thing. Don't engage with something that's trying to manipulate you. Don't engage with these narratives that are being put forth by corporations that value your fear. They want you to be in this constant state of anxiety and fear, and they want you to be a dutiful consumer, and that's it.
That's why high dose psilocybin is not a very good business model.
Exactly.
It's like
But it is a good business model for overall human compassion and growth in the community.
And then, of course, the medium and microdosing, really popular practice right now, increasingly popular, is a high dose of psilocybin once a year, and then microdosing just before you go to sleep. Or medium dose, like the museum dose.
Research motherfuckers have.
You're such a fucking mushroom head that you have like museum doses. This is a movie dose. This is a concert dose. This is a date night dose.
Graham Hancock and I and some friends went to a museum, the British Museum, but the museum dosers just tend to, you can notice them because they wear sunglasses inside. Otherwise they're pupils.
Trying to keep it together. Keep it together.
But the idea of taking a museum dose, quote unquote, or a microdose before sleep is that's when you're regenerating. That's when your body and your brain is regenerating. So that is really interesting, is taking those.
Well, that makes sense, especially from like an anti-aging protocol for the mind.
And it's also safer. Right in bed. They don't want to charge some tractor. That's why I think clinical studies that look more and more at reducing the expense, having people take the dose of medicine, psilocybin in this case, just before sleeping. They're in a safe place.
I had Bernie Sanders on the podcast yesterday, and one of the things that we talked about quite a bit was what's going to happen with people when automation takes over, when AI and automation take over, and so many people are not working anymore. And we both kind of agree that universal basic income is really the only way to mitigate the disastrous effects of people losing their income, losing their jobs. And I think it's a good thing. But the problem with universal basic income is that just giving people a check, they don't have meaning anymore. They don't feel like they have a purpose. They don't feel like they have an identity. If your whole life you've been, X, whatever the job is that gets taken away, and you recognize you're being really good at your job, and you take pride in that, and known by your coworkers, it's like, hey, go to Paul, he'll take care of it. He knows what he's doing. And all of a sudden, that job disappears. How do people find value, and how do they switch their perspective? And talking to you today, I think is perfect, because I think if there's anything that can help us through this journey, that can help people make this transition, which appears to be inevitable, where artificial intelligence is going to do a far better job of menial tasks that people have been doing for an occupation for a long time, to find a search for meaning, to find some other way to realize value in life, and not just to be a cog in the wheel of this capitalist society, but instead maybe psilocybin would allow people to completely change their perspective on how they exist in this world, and that you've been kind of trapped in this society where it values numbers, it values a constant growth for the shareholders, and it values what you can see in your bank account. It's like not even real. So it's this digital money that's somewhere. Maybe psilocybin would be the best answer for how do people make this transition and reacquire a sense of meaning.
Right. I mean, you want to spend your whole life on an assembly line. Right. You want to be out more in nature with your children. Right. That's why I think nature relatedness, is a mental health advantage. The more that we can relate to nature, and literally kind of go back to our roots, re-engaging nature. I think this is, and
that would give you a sense of purpose instead of the job,
and also protection of the mothership.
But we've gotten so accustomed to this idea that your purpose is to make money. Your purpose is to make a living. And we've accepted that, even though it's a fairly new concept in terms of the age of the earth. This is a human-created concept, but it overwhelms our day-to-day existence. It doesn't have to, but we, in this structure, the way we find ourselves now, you take away meaning, you take away a purpose in life, and you just give people a government check every month that covers everything. Covers your food, covers your rent, you don't need to make money anymore because everything is automated, everything is cheap, AI controls it all. So,
what was Bernie's answer?
He didn't know. But I don't know if Bernie's had any experiences in that regard. And he didn't have that perspective. But talking to you right afterwards might be the answer. Because this is an inevitable journey that we're on of revolutionary change in how society is structured. But it doesn't have to be negative. The problem is the people that are in control of AI and these systems, the people that will benefit from them incredibly in the financial sense, those people are not having these experiences. And if they were having these experiences, they could be the only ones. If you have a benevolent person in an extreme position of power, they're probably the only people that can really do something about that. And I think it's very important that they hear this, that you realize, like, you're wasting this valuable moment in life trying to acquire money when we have this very unique opportunity to connect in a way that people probably used to do on a regular basis in the past, but was always suppressed by the powers that be because of its revolutionary powers.
If psilocybin increases creativity, and creativity increases happiness, and happiness upregulates the immunity of the community.
Yeah, that's why you get a dictator. You get the dictators want people in constant conflict, fighting against each other, and they take advantage.
In a sense, that analogy that the patients had about being in a rut. Maybe we're in a societal rut. Maybe this is the opportunity to be able to groom the landscape and find new ways of living and behaving.
It might be the only way. It might be the only way we can get through this. Because if you think about what this problem is, the problem is the way we interface with reality. That's really what it is. If we have been interfacing with reality in a very particular way, showing up at work every day, doing our job, getting a paycheck, employee of the month, that's how you interface with reality most of your life. And then all of a sudden, you're met with this profound technological change that's going to eliminate your job. There needs to be some sort of a profound experience that reintegrates you with the mother. Lets you know this is something people made. This is something that people made, and most of the people that made it weren't having psychedelic experiences. And they're building cities, and they're building skyscrapers, and they're polluting the river, and they're doing all this stuff, and it doesn't mean that this is how we're supposed to do it.
Exactly. And I want to reiterate, I think we have a crisis in creativity. I think psilocybin and psychedelics stimulate creativity. Look at Alex and Allison Gray's work. I mean, some of the psychedelic artists in the world inspire the nicest people.
Alex is like he's a role model for being just a kind, nice, sweet person.
And Alex gave me some of the best advice I've ever received, and it's giving Alex a great total credit for this. And I asked him, this is my 8th book. Oh my God, it's so much work to write a book. I didn't use any AI to write this book. I wrote the whole thing myself. And I asked Alex, you're so prolific. How do you do it? He goes, I had one realization. Every day, I go up to the canvas with my brush, and I commit to making one stroke. And then 3-4 hours later, he's still at the canvas. Is that, which is just that tipping point, right?
Yeah,
just doing it. And
Pressfield talked about that in War of Art. Have you read that?
No.
I've got copies of it. He sent me a whole box because back in Los Angeles, I used to keep a stack of them on a table and hand them out to people. And it's all about creating things of resistance and this thing that we all have where we are reluctant to sit down and actually do the work. But if you just commit, and he calls it the muse. Like in many creative people over time have called upon the muse and this concept. And it sounds like airy-fairy to a lot of people, but if you believe in it and if you actually do that thing where you call upon the muse, it actually works. So whether or not it's real is irrelevant.
Well, I have a muse. My partner asked me, a few months ago, how many more hours do you have to work on this book? She saw me working on the book for 2.5 years. And I said, more than 500 hours. She goes, 500 hours? It's just so much discipline. If you have any writers of books, any people who build a house, if you comprehended the enormity of the project, you probably wouldn't even start writing.
Yeah, I can't think like that.
So
you just got to think about the process.
And so I had this little voice in my head that I would wake up, and I didn't want to feel guilty about it, but I had this little voice saying, work on the book, Paul. Work on the book. 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 I could say work on the book so fast because I have reiterated it in my head hundreds of times that it became sort of my muse. It became sort of a fun muse. I think we all have these little voices that kind of, says, get it right now. It's, wake up.
I think so too.
And I think that's good. And I don't think that's, psychosis. I think that's something that we all have, these little voices that are trying to help us to be better. And
whether it's internal or external, whatever it is, you can have a voice.
It's like working out. It's the discipline of being able to make sure that you're the best that you can be. So it's a very exciting time that we live in. There's a mushroom revolution happening all over the planet.
I think there's a psychedelic revolution that's happening all over the planet. I think it's happened over the last 20 years.
I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. He was the first important Chinese. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that had happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, which is a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Beijing. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he heard about this person in Beijing who came from far away and he knew a lot about this particular religion. He said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing this with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and St. John the Baptist. It happens to be St. John the Baptist today, or his anniversary, something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, we're the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? It's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, I-10 was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating unto its own right. Now, from I-10's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant, and in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Taifeng, there was a suggestion perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Taifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Taifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Taifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, well, yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Taifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in traditional order, Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get from sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Taifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Taifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century, the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Taifeng, and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Taifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Taifeng to Christianity. In some way, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Taifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times. It was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Wangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see there, quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports that people came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there's a clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular silk route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on this silk route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Guinnesses, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually the Hebrew Slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the Spice Road. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are transmitted as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of the synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block is another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and then the fourth one, really 3 blocks for the 4 texts in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and used the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and so the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe, and that Yisrael Moshe, the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase. It says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits noted that they were called, among other things, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of Kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obedience, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It's acts of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So, how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, Yiddish cut, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element, and then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. Hebrews 2:5. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for the descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. So it's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs in the 19th, 20th century of Jews, Kaifeng and elsewhere, worshipping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques, their neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do know that Jewish males were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 20th century. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a high-fem scroll which was held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther that comes in vision indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Lucci did not find any evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word Anglo, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin, things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Haifem Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another. Even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core text of the Bible and the commentaries. Without these two things, it's very difficult for communities to last, although the Haifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have Renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really respect this. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
We're working with several funders. We have tested this now over and over again. This is an outdoor animal clinical study, double-blind, placebo-controlled, using the mycelium grown on rice, grown sawdust, versus the sawdust of the rice as a control. Clearly a benefit. So this is scalable. You can't harvest fruit bodies in a way that you can scale mycelium. Mycelium is an exponential increase in mycelial mass virtually every week. 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or even 10 times 100 times 100 times 100. Massive scale. I think I have found something.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents, and they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabbi, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges. Many of them symbolic of nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatelutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of stuff. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the parochas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, Definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century, was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that's from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi Jews, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations, and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications implications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Natural remedies are automatically dismissed by people who think of themselves as intelligent, science-based people. Well, look at Artemis. But isn't it weird, though, that we dismiss it, but if you really understand, think about how many different pharmaceutical drugs were formulated because of discoveries of natural plants in the majority of them. The most recent example is the anti-malarial drug against Plasmodium falciparum from an Artemisia bush, and it's artemisinin.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, a more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction, the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective, Sephardim is a plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really dropped out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still considered themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. Fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who is the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazi. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century, in Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel. And in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact that's what it would be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. And what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee. And Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal. And over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Tzfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Talmud Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who was not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Tzfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Tzfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There was earthquakes that affected Tzfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment was that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has a very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Tzfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. Here's a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They're incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well-connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there was a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman; in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessalonica really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women we will discuss in just a second. On the left you see a Portuguese document, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and holds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship, and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounced that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Guinness Absurdum, which was a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means at the beginning of this book, this document, that it was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome, he attacked the Talmud and so on, and of course in Ancona he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women, and I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered. And it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendes Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader. And it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually kill 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time, since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that you don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravana, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravana was from the Spanish extraction was not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravana. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, and the Duke in charge of the region, Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I would love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here beautiful piece of sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish, the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty, was of course written by a Sephardic Jew, Anna Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later years. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss in greater detail. Thank you for that.
That was a bad chapter of my life. I had one really bad day, or maybe a series of them, but that does not define me, who I am as a person. I have a better self. It is now and in the future. Right. It's not in the past.
Yeah, that's the perspective we should all have. And that's the thing that we should all strive for. Be the best version of you that you can be. And we've all made terrible mistakes in the past, but the idea is to have learned from them and to be a better person because of them.
Well, the medical community has come together on this. Psychedelics, the law enforcement communities come together. It's positive.
We're in a positive direction.
I had my interview by the DEA.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. But let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the terms somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period. So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ranenia Kiev, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European immigrants, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onwards. Migrated to Poland, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly. There are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Israelis from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe. The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it, that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in a previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the end of it. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions.
How you live in Pimp?
Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would.
What'd you say about Donkey Kong?
44th anniversary when Donkey Kong came out.
That's baller. Do you know that it wasn't supposed to be called Donkey Kong? It was supposed to be called Monkey Kong?
I didn't know that. And I'm the one that said, I'm the one that told you to watch that documentary on Donkey Kong.
Yeah, you did. Let me make sure
That was the first documentary you ever made.
That's the one. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure I have that right. Wasn't Donkey Kong supposed to be called Monkey Kong? but there was like a translation error with the Japanese. Oh no! I'm incorrect. No, it wasn't supposed to be called Monkey Kong. Why?
Grandma, what do you want for your birthday?
I don't want anything for my birthday. No, it's a
It's
mis.
very close to us.
No, it's not. It's a no, it's not. It's a common misconception that Donkey Kong is a mistranslation for Monkey Kong, but it's not. All right. Well, apologies. Take that back.
It's closer to your birthday than my birthday.
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean I want something.
You're gonna be 40 this year.
I know, Zoot.
I'm gonna be 30 next year. 6 months from now, I'll be 30.
All right.
6 months and 4 days from now.
You think you'll still suck dick at mini golf when you're 30?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I believe you. How much longer do I need to wait for you to accept? There you go, big dog. This is going to be one of the best shots of my career. Nope. It was not. Dude, that shot was absolute dog shit.
So, Rabbi, I got a job opportunity recently. It's something that I'm very interested in.
As a stripper?
Yeah, but also I'll be helping neurodivergent people get into employment. So
that's the same job?
Neurodivergent people. What?
Is that the same job?
No, it's not the same job, but I'll be helping neurodivergent people in employment and then working with politicians to work with diagnostics of the diagnostic process of neurodivergency.
What about being a male stripper?
I am working on that.
Have you given up on that goal?
No, it's not. I'm just, 2 jobs is better than 1 job.
Okay. But I mean, wouldn't you make enough as a male stripper to cover everything?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I want to be working during the day and during the night. And have a day job and a night job and a weekend job.
When are you going to sleep?
But the stripping really goes for like 2. It's a night. It's the night 9 to 5, 9 to 5. So 9 to 5. So 9 to 3. So I let us play from 3 to 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock.
Dude, that's never going to work.
Why isn't it going to work?
Because you're only going to be getting like 5 hours of sleep a day, and it'll be at a weird time.
5 hours, okay. 5 to 8, and then 5 to 8, and then 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock. No, 4 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then it's not going to work, is it?
No.
I'm going to have no time for the gym as well.
Right. Why don't you just do the neurodivergent thing?
That's what I'm doing, but then also I couldn't work more to go.
Not those two. I mean, you might be able to strip on the weekend or something, but you won't be able to work both full time.
Crap. What woman goes to a male strip club on a fucking weekday?
Right? Like weird, creepy women. No, not necessarily. I mean, somebody might have like a bachelorette party, but usually those are going to be on the weekend. Even if it was a birthday party, it would be on the weekend.
Be on a Friday night.
Okay.
Maybe some on a Thursday night. Maybe some on a Thursday night sometimes, because sometimes it's public holidays. That's about it.
So you got destroyed in this game. I had a perfect game against you. So why don't you just do the neurodivergent one, and then once that starts doing well for you, then you inquire potentially on being a stripper, and just do that on the weekend. Yo, pimp, I asked you a question.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Gail wants to talk to me tomorrow.
All right, is she DTF?
She's 8,100. She's 8,100.
Is she's what?
I said she's closer to you than she is to me.
All right, is she DTF?
110%.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Why do you suck so much dick at darts? I've beaten you one game. Now I'm gonna do it again. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy.
I mean, you get to talk to her one day, but after we fuck.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think you and I are ever gonna fuck, so.
But after we are an I fuck.
Oh, okay.
But don't be weird.
Baby, I'm cool as a cucumber. No fucking way. Oh man, you almost got that. Alright, I'm gonna end it here for you. Zoot, you're done. It's over. I'm in your head, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot, you've lost 2 games in a row. I'm chipping away at that fucking lead of yours. I remember when it used to be like 50 games and I got it down to 40, and then you played a bunch of like random people and you got it up to like 100, and I keep chipping away at it. Go, big dog. I love me too, baby. I'm amazing. Oh, are you proud of that shot? 47 points?
47. No, I'll give it like the set my gameplay there is 7.
Okay, that's cool. Do you know that I just scored 100 points? Oh, you fucked yourself. Dude, you fucked yourself. I'm basically guaranteed 3 wins in a row.
How did I fuck?
Oh, dude, I fucked up. Oh man, that sucks.
Holy shit, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did. Get that triple 11. Dude, you almost did. Zoot, I've won 3 games in a row.
Right.
This is your
I'm
best.
winning the next game.
This is your best game.
I have more wins than losses.
Zoot, remember that time I sent you an invitation and you accepted? Dude, I busted.
You busted.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
18. 20. Get that triple 9. You almost did. We just need 16s. I checked out, Zoot. Looks like we're going to overtime. All right, Zoot, for my 4th straight win. Oh, my finger slipped. Oh, this is easy. There you go. All right, 3-1.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. You did so fucking poorly that I just closed my eyes on the last one and didn't pay attention.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. Yeah, that's because I busted on the first round, dude. Dude, I played like...
What are you doing?
That was bad.
Did you have your eyes closed then?
No.
That was embarrassing. Your eyes closed.
All right, get that 777. Dude, that was dirty.
You think I'm bad? Oh, yeah, fuck. You need a 777.
What a comeback. What a fucking comeback. All right, let's see what you do, Zoot. 21, that's great.
It's not that great.
I dedicate this to Puff Daddy. Dude, when I say that, I do really well. All right, 4-1. Dude, what
Do you
a...
think Puff Daddy can get up?
Yeah,
Why?
because he didn't do anything that badly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If they're going to go after him, they should have gone after all the people who went to those parties.
Allegedly.
And they should have... Oh, fuck.
Well, it's hard.
Oh, what a checkout.
Sometimes it's hard.
What a checkout.
Sometimes it's hard to prove.
Dude, I'm going to
It's
be...
hard to prove.
I'm going to... No, it's not. There are all kinds of pictures of these people there. Oh, what
Yeah,
a...
but it's hard to prove that they were... It's hard to prove that they were...
This is for Puff Daddy. Oh, dude, I did badly. Close your eyes, baby. Okay, it's like 4-2 or something like that. Maybe 5-2. I don't know. I just know I'm beating you on the day. Oh, they better let me go first. I'm going to destroy you. Oh, that was terrible. Zoot, that was so bad.
What do you think's going on with Justin Bieber?
With Justin Bieber?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't he try to stay out of the spotlight?
How can... It's impossible for even if it's the out of the spotlight, because he's like one of the most famous people on earth.
His wife just sold her business for $1 billion. He's fine. It's called like Road.
What? Sold her business. Oh, that's why he's having a meltdown.
Get that 11.
He doesn't make his money anymore.
She never did.
Well, she was famous from
She's part of a famous family.
yeah, she played the Bolton.
Fuck, dude, that was great. Great comeback. They better let me go first. I'm gonna destroy you.
The Boltons aren't that wealthy of a family.
Yeah, but they're doing okay.
That's what they're doing good now. But she just sort of did it for $1 billion. Do you think it's fair that people who sell businesses just because they have a lot of attention and fame, and the people who work very hard who businesses that work very hard really unprofitable? Do you think that's fair?
That's the way it is. Is it fair? No. But it is the way. Dude, I just checked out. You need one of the best rounds of your life. Get 2 20s and a 1 right now. That's 1. Oh, dog, that was dirty. You're done. There's no way you're touching this.
Okay, next.
Ski ball.
We're playing with you.
Can we play mini golf? Zoot, you're giving up on this? Get it, Zoot.
I'm not playing skateboard.
Oh, dude, Zoot, I busted. Let me go. Zoot, I got you. Let's see what you got, big dog. That's really good. I'd take that right now. Oh, man. Zoot, you ready for 501 pro double out? Zoot.
Yeah.
Why not? Zoot. Are you ready for 501 pro double out?
Yeah.
There you go. I am a lot better at this than you are. Good morning, Audie. How are you?
Sorry, I'm poor guy. That's not correct. Oh,
Dude, that was great.
I'm sorry for telling you to shut off what it.
You're good, big dog.
But right, I'm
Dude,
gonna shut you up with
Dude.
what I'm about to.
let's see you beat me in this. Dude, you got another 100. Oh, dog. That's a big one. 140 points.
Did you score 180 over there?
No. I've never done that.
You did. You got free triple money over there.
No, I've never done that.
You sure you did?
Nope, I wouldn't have known that. I got...
Every time I play with someone that's not you, but I get free triple 20s because they're using the button top.
You can say that again. They're tough. Oh, no. Oh, no. 30. 25. 20. 20. I just got 100. 5. 50. I'll take it. 45. $20. Bust. This one's for Puff Daddy. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you have to come in now. I'm
20.
still knowing that I'm in a better position than you.
You are not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Oh, wait. You got for triple free. So you got.
Oh, I fucked up, Zoot.
Now you're not in a good position.
I'm in a better position than you are.
But we're about the same now.
Word.
Well, actually, no, because I can kind of change what if it gets too difficult, I can kind of change. You can't change anything.
Are you
You
fucking
have to go
serious?
for that one.
Are you fucking serious, Zoot?
You have to go for that one spot.
You're fucked. You're fucked, big dog. You're fucked. You are fucked. You are fucked. You're fucked.
Good.
You're fucked, dog. Oh, no way. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. Wow, is that bad?
Dedicate this to Bill Cosby. Okay. Bill Cosby was my early did it. Right, this becomes space.
This is for Puff Daddy. Dude, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble even coming close to hitting this one. Get it. You've got it.
I'm gonna play this. Someone who's innocent.
Bonnie Blue.
No.
This is for Bonnie Blue. Got it, girl. I got you, Zoot. I got you, Zoot. I got you, Zoot. No way. Lily Phillips, you did it. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. I'll take it. 18. 18. 18.
This is for Princess Celebrity.
Oh.
Jackson.
I got you, Zoot. I told you.
Jackson.
All right, Zoot. You want to play Cut Pong? All right, Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept? There you go, big dog. Oh, man. I forgot how to throw the ball. What? How did that go in? How did that go in, Zoot?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, we're both flying next year.
Yeah, we are. What? Zoot, that is garbage. Dude. Zoot, F off, man. What is this bouncy shit? Get it, Zoot. Dude, maybe bouncing's the way to do it.
What the fuck was that?
I thought it was good.
I played like shit then. Who's your favorite? What's favorite board game?
I like Trivial Pursuit.
Cody, what's your favorite movie?
Zoot, I don't know if you've ever beaten me at basketball. I like the background. Like, it's like a city at dusk. Zoot, that was awful. Zoot, I got 10. You got 1. What are your thoughts?
The music distracted me. Anyway, I'm gonna play that with my eyes closed.
Go, dog. You got 1 in. You got 2 in. You got 3 in. You got 4 in and a swish. 5. That's good. 6 total points. Dude, why can't I make anything? Zoot. 0 points, Zoot. Zoot. 0 points. I've never had that. Zoot got 1. Zoot got a swish. I'm guaranteed a tie, Zoot. Guaranteed a tie. All I have to do is make 1. You ready for this, Zoot? Zoot, we're playing again. Again, Zoot, I don't know if you've ever beaten me at basketball. You have 2 wins, but I don't know if they're against me. Get it, Zoot. Go. 0. 0. 1. 2. 3 or 4. 5. 6. That was good. I'm going to get 10. Dude, I've made every shot. I did get 10 points. Zoot, it's 6-10. Get it, big dog.
Excited.
It's 6-10. 7. It's 10-7. 10-9. 10-10. I'm going to get 6 here.
You're going to say the greatest comeback of all time.
I'm ready for it, baby. You're going to need it after how I've played. I got 14 points right there, Zoot. You're done. You're done. It's over for Zoot. Zoot, it's absolutely over. It's not even close. Zoot, it's not even close. Zoot, we're ready for it. Zoot, it's over. Time's up. You got 14. I got 24. Zoot, I'm going to get 6 here for an all-time high. No one's gotten 30 yet. Oh, yeah, I know that. $32, Zoot. That's an all-time high. Zoot, I'm ready for you to beat me. Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. That's 1. That's 1. That's 1. That's 2. That's 7. That's 8. That's 9. Get it. That was a really good round. Oh man, I got 10. All right, Zoot. Don't let me get in your head, baby. You got this. Get it. That's a miss. That's another miss. That's another miss. That's another miss. There you go. That's 2. That's a miss. That's a make. All right, I'm going to get 10 points right here. All right, I got 10 points, Zoot. Zoot, you need a big round right here. Are you going to get it? That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. I could not score and still win, but I'm going for the record. 32 is the record.
This is my terrible stuff.
4 points. Zoot, I won.
Let's go again.
Are you going to beat?
I'm going to win.
I'm ready for you, dog.
I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
I'm waiting.
I'm going to show up clear.
Get it, Zoot. That's a swish. You started off with a swish. Get it. That's 2 swishes. 7 points.
That was horrible.
Wasn't that bad?
No, for a first round, that was horrible. First round, you can do. I think you do 15 in the first round. Okay, you're already big me. You're already on 2-digit first round. Don't blow 2 digits. Come back. I'm feeling this round.
Let's see it. Zoot, you said you were going to win.
Wish first shot.
Get it, baby. That's a swish right off the bat. Dude, Zoot, doing well. Zoot's doing well. Zoot got another one. Another one. 5 points. That was good. I think it was good.
You're a point in front of me. Everything started. You're already a point. Okay. You didn't do that great.
I'm up 9 on you, Zoot. You could do
You
it.
didn't do that great, really.
Oh, dude, scoreboard. That's all I have to say. Scoreboard, Zoot. That's 2. Sometimes they don't count swishes that I think are swishes. Zoot, you know I don't even have to score.
time in California right now?
Dog, it's 4:26. You're distracting me. Zoot. Zoot, you want another one?
Yep.
Get it, big dog. Get it. That's a swish. Zoot started out with the swish. Oh, here he goes. That was okay.
Twitch. Missed. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
The good news is I'm going for a switch.
that's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make.
Who's that?
I need a couple swishes and I'm got you.
Let's go for it. Okay. Okay, you're not correct.
Dog, I'll take that.
So I just need to score every shot.
Yeah, that's all. Get it, big dog. That's one. That's two. That's three. That's four. That's five. You got 5 points.
I actually didn't do that terrible in the round. I just didn't get pictures. I think I did better.
Nope.
I'm going to win the next game.
Zoot, you've been saying that for like a bunch of games in a row. And we've all been waiting on you.
This game, I'm definitely going to win.
Zoot, you suck dick. You're like a grade A dick sucker. You put Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue to shame. Look at you playing. Look at you sucking major dick. Look at you sucking all this dick. Look at you. 4 points in the first round. Dude, that was awful. I'm going to get 12 points here.
I have a feeling it's going to fuck up.
Your feeling sucks.
Rabbi, you played terrible. That was not his name.
Zoot, I doubled your score plus 1. Zoot, don't suck dick this round. That's all. Zoot, just don't suck dick. There you go. No. Yeah, there you go. There you go. No. There you go. That's a big one. There you go. Hey, you got the lead for the first time in like years. You got the lead, Zoot.
Like, over
Dude, you could win. You could win if you didn't suck so much dick. Dude, are you playing or is it Lily Phillips? Dude, are you playing or is it Lily Phillips? You've got the tied for the lead. You've got the lead, Zoot. Zoot, you've got the lead.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was bad.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Right. That I'm gonna win.
Zoot, you keep saying that.
That was the closest game we've ever had.
Zoot,
No.
are you ready to suck dick? Or are you going to play well? Are you going to have a Bonnie Blue-like performance? A Lily Phillips-like performance? Zoot, is it Zoot playing? Or is it Lily Phillips playing? Are you happy with 6 points?
No.
I'm going to get 12.
Yep, doing 2. Not great.
Dog, I've made every shot. I made every shot that round, Zoot. We've never had that. Even though sometimes they go in, I almost don't want them to if they bounce around too much because it takes too much time. Oh, Zoot, look at you. I dedicate this round to Puff Daddy. Zoot, you're down 10. Do you think you can win? Zoot, what happened? Zoot, do you want to be interviewed?
Yes.
33 points, Zoot. I think that's a record. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot.
Yeah, I'm right.
All right, are you going to play well? Or are you going to suck dick? Zoot, you're playing like Bonnie Blue. You're putting up 1,056 dudes or whatever, 1,057 dudes. That's one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. That's 2. That's 3. Oh, 3? You think 4 points is good? I'm going to get 14 points right now. Quit with that bullshit, Zoot. $10 points, Zoot. Zoot, it's. Did you know that it's 10-4? Zoot, I thought you were gonna win. That's one. Zoot, that's you got one. Oh, you got a swish. You got two swishes. Oh, dude, you tied for the lead. That was pretty good. Pretty good for a grade A dick sucker. Zoot, I have to tell you, I've got to give you credit because I'm the biggest trash talker in the world, and you just fucking take it. Dude, I got 15 that time. That was a lot.
You're already double my score, but I'm on the last round. You're a round ahead of me.
Oh yeah, you're fucked. There's no doubt. If you thought that you weren't fucked, you were totally wrong. You are, wow. I mean, giantly fucked. I mean, you got 4 points, Zoot. I'm going for a record. I'm going to try to get 35 points. 35 points, Zoot. 35 points. Oh, no, maybe not. Zoot, 33 points. Zoot, 33 points. Are you ready for another one?
I have a feeling this is my redemption. This is the one I win. This is the one I win.
Zoot, you are deep throating so much dick. It's unbelievable. This dick is like the tip of the dick is like near your lungs. That's how fucking deep you are sucking this dick. You're like inhaling dick. Oh, get it, Zoot. Go. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Zoot, that was really good.
I must think I get his minus score because of what he's fucking trash talking. Yeah, he didn't get that hard.
Dog, I got 14. Zoot.
Yeah, but you're gonna watch me again, but that's what you were saying.
Zoot, there's so much dick in your system right now. You're like, I saw Lily Phillips put up 1,113 dicks. That is how you are playing. That's how much dick you're taking.
So if it's not true, just let it roll off your shoulder.
That's true. I only got 7 points, Zoot. You're down 8. Are you ready, big dog? In the history of dick sucking, going back to like cave women who would suck dick, you are outperforming them. Zoot, you've lost like 14 straight games. You're not even going to get my score this round. I could literally not even play the last round and still beat you.
Let me ask you something.
What's up, big dog?
How do you know that the first person that
How do I know that the first person what?
ever to suck dick was a man or older?
Zoot, are you ready for another one?
No, let's think about this. But the first person ever to suck dick a man or older.
I mean, it's like an evolutionary question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Who sucked the first dick? A caveman or a cavewoman? Zoot, by the way you're playing, you seem like you're a descendant of whoever it was. Zoot, you've lost like 15 straight games. You are sucking so much dick. It's like you're like a vacuum cleaner. You're sucking so much. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Oh, Zoot with the lead. There you go, big dog. 8. That was pretty good.
Yeah, but you're like only like 4 points behind.
Oh, I know that.
You're like one pitch beating me. Oh, no.
You could win if I don't play the last round. Get it, big dog. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. Zoot, I told you I didn't even have to play the last round. I dedicate this round to OJ. R.I.P. Fuck yeah, he's innocent.
The golf didn't fit, right?
He didn't do it. Zoot, you lost again, dog. You lost big time. Are you ready for another one? Zoot, you suck so much dick, you're like a scuba diver. With the thing in your mouth, that's how much dick you're sucking. You're like snorkeling, you're sucking so much dick, dog. You need fucking goggles, you're sucking so much dick. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Zoot, sucking balls. Zoot, you are just sucking dick, man. You are sucking balls at this point. Zoot, you're giving balls a fucking tongue washing.
If you miss this spot shot, you love following comment. Like you love following comment.
Zoot, scoreboard.
Yeah.
Scoreboard, Zoot. It's 11-3. I don't love swallowing anything. I love eating pussy, but that's another story. We're talking about how much you are sucking major league dick. Dog. They could open up an NFL for dick sucking, and you would be the MVP of the dick sucking league with your performance. The MVP of the dick sucking league. You would be the MVP of the DSL. Zoot, you are the MVP of the DSL right now, dog.
How long away is September?
Like 60 days? Like 50 days?
No, she said how long it.
Why, is that when the DSL starts, Zoot? Zoot, you are the MVP of the DSL right now. Dog.
How about you?
Zoot, I've never seen somebody suck so much dick. Ever. ever. Dude, I'm not even being challenged, dog. I'm like tripling your scores at this point. Dude, what's it like to be the MVP of the DSL? Zoot over here, MVP of the Dick Sucking League. Most valuable dick sucker. Zoot is the MVS, most valuable sucker of the DSL. Most valuable sucker of the Dick Sucking League. Oh, there you go, big dog. That'll boy. All right, I dedicate this to Puff Daddy.
What was that you told us? Rabbi?
Dude, I can't even understand what you're saying because there's so much dick sucking going on from your performance. Make it, big dog. Make it. That's, dude. Zoot. Zoot. Oh, it hasn't missed yet. Zoot hasn't missed yet. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot finally did it. He's going to win. Zoot's going to win. 14 points. Zoot, that was phenomenal. I'm going to clap for you.
You're only behind me, though.
Do it.
Come back. Oh, we got.
All right, it all comes down to this, Zoot.
Dude, never doubt.
Come on, Zoot. Make it, big dog.
Do it.
Don't suck dick. Whatever you do, Zoot, quit sucking dick. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. 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 Zoot, you had your chance. Oh, maybe. That was a big swish at the end.
That's right.
Like you were sucking dick.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Bye-bye, Zoot.
No.
Bye-bye, Zoot.
I played one good round.
Dude, you had 14 in a round, and you lost by 7.
I'm going to win the next round. I'm going to win the next episode.
Zoot, you've said that, like, I don't know, for the last 10 games, and all I've been hearing from you from across the world is Major League dick sucking. They are going to have to create a league of professional dick suckers just so you have something to do. And they are going to award a championship trophy to you that is known as the MVP of dick sucking. MVP of dick sucking. That was good, Zoot.
This guy's forcing me. She's going to run it, you baby.
Listen, I don't care how many times.
I'll tell you.
Zoot.
It's not.
Zoot.
Wait.
Future generations are going to watch this and understand that you are setting universal records of dick sucking. I mean, I don't know another game aside from fucking Literati where I just straight up teabag you. 4 points. Great job.
Probably.
Zoot, did you know that I'm beating you by 9 fucking points right now? You could have one of the best rounds of your career, and still, I won't need to score a single point in the last round. Zoot, that's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Dude, I don't even need to score. I can just sit here and trash talk you. Zoot wants me to get Zoot wants me to get 30 points. Like I'm some type of circus act.
I'm only going to plot this way.
Okay. Is that because you've primarily been focusing on sucking dick? Going to the gym. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, whatever you do, just don't suck dick. That's all I'm saying. You can do whatever you want. You can go to the gym 3 times a day, 4 times a day, 0 times a week, 1 time a month, but just quit sucking so much dick, dog. Oh, Zoot. That was good, dog. 8 points. That's good. That's good for a dick sucker. How much money can you make sucking dick? I don't know. Call up Bonnie Blue and ask. And she's going to probably ask you what your secret is. Zoot, you're losing right now by 3. Instead of wondering how much money you can make sucking dick, how about you just stop sucking dick? Then you don't have to worry about it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Get it, Zoot. Zoot, get it. Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Zoot, that was great.
Anyone to go to this game back then. You just got all the choice.
You gotta think about it.
Like, you're gonna charge me. Crap. It's $100
Zoot, here's your chance to win. I'm only beating you by 1. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you got 4 points. You blew it.
Losing for 2000 and getting back, she page ran $1,000, and then she made $1 million in the debt. I'm sure that was made the money that she made.
Boy, Zoot, that was close, Zoot.
Next one's going to be the one.
All right, I'm waiting for you, Zoot. Boy, Zoot, you are sucking a lot of dick. Don't let the dick sucking get in your head, though. I know it's in your throat, but don't let it get in your head. Zoot, whatever you do, keep doing what you're doing because you're playing like a baller. Zoot! Zoot! Zoot got 12. Oh, now I have to focus. Zoot, that was phenomenal.
World first game, something second game. I'm never good. What the fuck? Rabbi.
I know. Dog, I'm down 5. Zoot, I think it's your game. Get a swish. Zoot. Zoot was up 5. Zoot was up 5. Now he's up 10. Zoot's up 10 points.
I'm still very far from you. What are you doing, Rabbi? You're doing the thing with me
Quit
right
it. Quit it. All right, this is it, Zoot. You've got me. You've got me.
now. There we go.
Swish. Oh, that was big.
Oh, here.
It's over. It's over. Zoot won.
Here, close.
Zoot won.
Amazing. You can come back. Oh, he's come back. Get back. He died. He died.
What happens now? Okay, we'll end on that. Darts, 501, triple out, double out.
No. One bit here.
Wow, Zoot. That was incredible. I can't believe I came back.
We're going to play. Is that new?
Is that new?
There's a new one.
What is it?
There's a thing in your inbox. Oh, because that old time like that, right?
Phenomenal, big dog. What are we playing? Moncala? No one knows how to play this game. It sucks.
Oh, fine.
No one knows how to play this game.
That's what I was playing. We're on it.
Go! Free turn. Because I'm sexy. Oh, I fucked up. I don't even know how to play this game. We should have read the rules.
Oh, God.
Free turn? Free turn. Captured. How did I do that? How did I capture?
You're another? Okay. Oh, I'm ready to get fired. Fucked up. I'm ready to go.
Captured.
Come on!
Gotcha, bitch.
Try again.
I don't know. What are the rules? All right, send me an
The
invite.
rules up. Just a second. I don't have. You need to guess. Okay. I figured it out. Why? Oh, okay. How about you are? Go.
Captured. I don't know what that means. Captured.
Alright, yeah.
Who won? Zoo won?
Yeah, I played it better than you.
Dog, no one knows. How the fuck? That's garbage.
You know, it's like, they- I don't know how to play. You know it.
You're right, I don't.
I'm gonna keep this again, okay? Just work it out, play.
This game sucks. Captured? Captured? Dude, how do you play this game?
I just hope you make it.
What up, pimp? Send me an invite.
I didn't even realize how to play. I know how to play this game, and I just fucked up. My strategy was very relaxed.
What the fuck? Oh, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, very nice how to play. Oh, wait. No.
What time is it in Canada?
He's not in Canada.
You weren't even close together?
Zoot, send me an invite. Zoot, send me an invite. Zoot!
I think I just did.
No, you didn't. There you go.
I think I'm close to this one.
What the fuck? Send me the invite.
Have you let me have play yet?
No, send me an invite.
Alright. Okay, I'm looking at it. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, man.
Zoo, how about you just go? Who won?
You got the point before you. Oh, high score, we're the same. High score, we're the same right now.
There you go. Send me another invite.
That's
$37, Zoo. Send me an invite.
those guns hit me.
I know. I think it's my sex appeal.
You know how to play this game now?
No, I don't.
But clearly I know how to get a break how to cut cap. But then look, well, I really don't. Yeah. Oh, we're oh no. Rabbi, I'm not gonna win on you. Let's come. Right. We're gonna play different. We're gonna play a little different. Bring it on, and we'll try to play it.
Because I'm sexy and I've got a big dick. What do you want me to do? No, I don't. I won.
What's the number again we're gonna play for? That's a fun fucking game. I don't know why we're gonna play it before.
I don't either. I still don't know what I'm doing.
Let's play this one.
What the fuck is this? This game sucks. I don't like it. What is this game?
Let's press the button. High cards win.
This game is the worst game of all time. This game is awful. Dude, this is the worst game you could have ever sent me.
Damn. Did you win?
Because I'm sexy.
You have the best card. You have a 7. That's the best card you know.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh my god, I have both hands. What is the best card? Yeah, give it a Brady win. Yep. Fuck. I told you that. Hey.
It's over, baby. That game sucks. Don't ever send it to me again. Don't ever mention that fucking game. That was the worst waste of time in the history of mankind. The history of humankind. That was the worst.
I got that game.
Dude, anything's better than that piece of shit that you just sent me.
Even this one?
Dude, that game was awful.
We didn't get to choose the placement? So, we get to choose it. Oh, terrible.
Did I sink one of your ships?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you won it. Okay.
Go.
Gonna. I have a feeling that you're here. And, yeah. I'm still delayed. I made a terrible move there. What the hell? Quite bored.
The game sucks.
Oh, you knew it was already started.
Zoot. 501 pro double out.
And,
Oh yeah, I'm sending you an invite, dog. This is my last game. Zoot, remember that time you accepted and quit sucking dick like you did in basketball? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. Dude, I've gotten 100 back to back. What are your thoughts? You want to be interviewed on the matter? That's good. That's not good.
I'm not asked questions.
Dude, if you get 100 right now, that would be huge. That's a 1. That's a 20. That's a 12. $100. One. 5. Dude, I just busted. Now it's your chance. 25. 3. 1. Fuck. I took a risk. 3. Wow. Get it. Get it. Get it. Dude, I just got it. You're done, son. It's over, baby. It's over. It's over. You better turn out the lights, because this party's over, son. You're done. Get that 14. Get that 14. Get that 7, Zoot. Get that 7. Oh, too bad. Zoot, you lost.
I'm catching up to you, man. I'm only down 50 games to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. This was a fucking whirlwind. Good job. All right, big dog. I got some shit to do.
I'm playing a random game to see if they're gonna fall.
Okay.
I just scored 7 points.
In what game?
Shut up, brother.
Fuck you. Don't tell me to shut up.
Sorry, it's my Tourette.
Yeah, well, Tourette's my ass, dog. What game are you playing?
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for God's sakes.
No, so, what did you say?
Just what happened. again, speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kilish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the very long period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also with some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from, wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and, all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It's really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with are really quite significant. and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
You're totally right. That was his number one performance, and he was never 100% the same after that. But he still had his mind.
Yeah, it's because he trained for 3 years. That's part of the problem. Of course, at 30 years old, in that day and age, it was just a different world. You don't train for 3 years.
Not as much knowledge of nutrition,
Right.
not as much knowledge of training techniques. The old-fashioned stuff in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, not the same as no hyperbaric chamber,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they just robbed him. They robbed us too. Because he became that music fighter that did,
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to kick off at a religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, like, and I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era. Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim, but that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halakhic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what do they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do, much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Some interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, But those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Achronim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for